Hello, everybody in TV land, or at least streaming land. Welcome to Hünstetten Storm TV, or baseball today, where we have the Hünstetten Storm as home team against the reigning champions from the Erste Bundesliga, the Heidenheim Heideköpfe. It'll be two games today, a doubleheader that is, two games of 7 innings each. We welcome you all. We look forward to hearing your comments or any questions that you may have. Feel free to type them in, and we'll try to respond to them as soon as we can. Today's lineups for both teams. We'll start with the guests, the visitors, if you will, from Heidenheim. Starting at shortstop and leading off is Philip Schultz. The third baseman is next. That's Drew Jansen. Gary Owens is the third batter, and he's playing center field. William Germain is behind the plate. Sean Larry is the DH for today, and Simon Göring, who picked up his 1,000th Bundesliga hit last week, is playing first base. Nate Thomas is the left fielder, and Simon Liedtke is second base. David Dinsky is in right field, and on the mound today, and he's being DH'd, as I said, by Sean Larry, is Mike Bolsenbrook. He'll be starting for the Heidenheim Heideköpfe. Sven Schuler, Chris Ehrlich, Konstantin Schiele, Timo Plitz, Jared Mortensen, Christoph Valamin, excuse me, and Elias Reole and Killian Reole are the substitutes. Starting lineup and substitutes for Hünstetten Storm today are Vicente Velasquez at shortstop. Jake Gentry is our second batter, and he'll be playing center field. Daniel Martins is playing third base. Victor Velasquez, brother of Vicente, is behind the dish. Yannick Kiss is the fifth batter, and he'll be playing second base. Noah Lawrence is at first base. Douglas Jochum starting in left field. Phil Meyer is hitting for himself and will be on the bump for Hünstetten Storm. And Oliver Jochum will be playing right field. Gianfranco Rizzo, Jesse Remington, Jose Pimentel, and Rogelio Maldonado are on the reserve or the substitute list. We welcome you all as we get in motion for the first game, for game number one. Hünstetten has already taken the field, and we'll be starting in probably 2 or 3 minutes. So here we are, starting off the game number one, and Philip Schultz at bat for Heidenheim against Phil Meyer. First pitch of the game taken inside for ball number one. Another ball inside, coming inside on Philip is ball number two. For those of you who don't come from the area, we're not sure if you're aware, but on Thursday night there were quite the thunderstorms in the state of Hessen area. So much that there is flooding, quite a bit of flooding. In fact, even on our field, the field has excellent drainage, but the dugouts were all the way up to the seats. Third pitch is taken for strike number one. We've got a 2-1 count to Philip Schultz. So flooding throughout the dugouts, all the way up to the seats. Excellent draining, just took a while. Strike number two, we've got count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Philip Schultz. Phil Meyer comes back from an 0-2 count. The flooding has made the field quite soft and quite green, but an excellent crew. Rolled over to second base. Yannick Kiss up with the ball and over to Noah Lawrence for out number one. So Phil Meyer comes back from an 2-0 count, evens up the count, and gets the first batter Philip Schultz to roll over to the second baseman Yannick Kiss for out number one. Now coming to bat, third baseman Drew Jansen. Phil starts out Drew Jensen with a ball up high inside. Count even up. Outside corner pitch from Phil, and 1-1 the count. Curveball attempt held up, no swing from Drew Jensen. Count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Another curveball popped straight up, but difficult in that wind and the sun. Jake Gentry comes in to shallow shortstop, shallow center field, and pulls it in for out number 2. Now coming to bat, center fielder Gary Owens. What appeared to be an excellent pitch, umpire says no, was up a little bit, so that's ball number 1. Ball outside brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes to Gary Owens. 2 down in the first inning. That pitch is in there for strike number 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ball lifted up also into left field, and Douglas Jochum under it for the 3rd out. So no hits, nobody left on base, no runs scored as we go into the bottom of the first inning. It is the Heidenheim Heideköpfe 0 and Hünstetten Storm coming to bat. And we're off into the bottom of the first inning. At bat now, our shortstop, Vicente Velasquez. Mike Bolzenbrook starts off Vicente with ball number one. Mike is a seasoned veteran, if you will. He's been in Germany for quite some time, but he has played all over the world. I believe he was signed, had a professional contract with the White Sox, if not others. Played in other places as well, all around the world. Very seasoned veteran, as I said, and he has 2 balls and no strikes to Vicente. Mistake from my side. It was actually 3 balls already, and it's 3 balls and now 1 strike. And that pitch brings the count full to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Vicente making sure he's seen a lot of the pitches. That one fouled back. And for those of you who have been watching us on a regular basis, you know that the foul balls that go backwards cost as much as the balls that go forward, but that's €8 that might end up in a farmer's field. It's an expensive undertaking. That pitch lifted up to the right side. First baseman under it, and he pulls it in fair territory, but for out number one. And here we have coming to bat our hard-hitting center fielder, lefty Jake Gentry. Jake looks at his first pitch on the outside corner for strike number one. Second pitch over to first base, bounces off his glove, and Jake's going to be safe at first base. Hard hit to the right side, and Jake Gentry safe at first base. Official scorer calls that a hit to the right side. And now coming to bat with Jake Gentry at first base is our second baseman. I believe I called, third baseman, Daniel Martins. Mike Bolzenbrook starts Daniel Martins out with strike number one. Healthy lead it over at first base by Jake Gentry. Second pitch swung through for strike number two. 0-2 the count. Also lifted up to the right side, maybe fair. It is not, foul ball. Count remains at 0-2 to Daniel Martins. That ball left up for ball number one. Daniel Martins has a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jake Gentry with one out over at first base. First base runner of the game for either team. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Something taken off of that one is swung through for strike number three, which is out number two. That's the second out. Now coming to bat, our catcher, Victor Velasquez. Victor Velasquez takes his first pitch for ball number one. Lifted up to the right side. It's second out. It looks like it's going to be in foul territory. It is, but pulled in by the right fielder for out number 3. And there we have at the bottom of the first inning. Score remains 0-0. We had one hit, one left on base, and as we go into the second inning, as we said, Heidenheim coming to bat with a 0-0 score. And here we go into the top of the second inning. Starting out for the Heidenheim Heideköpfe is Billy Germain, actually William Germain. And off we go. Fastball just off the plate for ball number 1. Hard hit, high bouncer over the third baseman's head. Brings Billy Germain to first base for Heidenheim's first hit of the game. And now coming to bat, the DH for Heidenheim, Sean Larry. First offering from Phil Meyer just misses a bit low for ball number 1. Excellent 12-6 curve there from Phil Meyer. Evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Misses just a tick inside. Count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike to Sean Larry. Ball lifted up to the left side. Daniel Martin's in foul territory, but under it for the out. Pulls it in for out number 1. Excellent play, not easy with sun and wind playing a role here. Now coming to bat with 1 out. Billy Germain over at first base is first baseman Simon Göring. Simon squares around, tries to put one down the left-hand side for a foul ball. No balls and 1 strike. As I said in the beginning of the game, Simon is a long-standing player in the German Bundesliga. Collected his 1,000th hit from the in the Bundesliga just a week ago. Excellent individual, excellent player. Phil Meyer wants to keep the runner closer to first base. Toss over there. Just as a little reminder that I know that you're there. 1 down, Simon Göring at bat. Billy Germain at first base. Curveball misses outside. Count even up at 1-1. Billy Germain off to line drive to shortstop on a stolen base attempt. Ball easily thrown to first base for out number 3, and we go into the bottom of the second inning with 1 hit in the bottom of the second inning, or the top of the second inning for Heidenheim. 1 left on base, nobody scores, and the score remains 0-0 with Storm coming to bat in the bottom of the second. So, thank you to all our viewers who have just begun to tune in. It's difficult to see exactly, so we're going to round up to the closest 1,000. We're at 1,000 then viewers right now. If we round up to the closest 1,000, maybe that in itself isn't true. In any case, thank you for being there. I'd like to extend a welcome, a hearty welcome to Ariana and Sebastian Vilish, who are spending their honeymoon in New York City right now and actually traveling around the U.S. Recently married, and Sebastian, as we all know, is our president of the club. I wish you all the best, a lot of fun, and thank you for tuning in. Now at bat is Yannick Kiss, our second baseman. Yannick takes the ball inside for ball number 1. There's the ball hit hard, or actually medium hard, if you will, over to second baseman, over to first baseman for the first out. Yannick retired for out number 1. Coming to bat now in a tight game, 0-0, is our first baseman, Noah Lawrence. Off-speed pitch foul to the left side for strike number 1. Noah's a 17-year-old who's now playing in the first Bundesliga, been baptized, if you will, in the fires of the first Bundesliga, and he is hit by the next pitch, according to baptism, by fastball. He'll take a free pass down the line to first base. With 1 down, Noah Lawrence at first base. Now coming to bat, our left fielder, number 22, Douglas Jochum. That ball's off the plate for ball number 1. Want to know the count to Douglas? Noah with a healthy lead over at first base with 1 down. Here comes the pitch. Ripped into left field, but right at the left field. He jumps up, pulls it in. An excellent hard hit by Douglas, but right at the left fielder. He pulls it in for out number 2. Noah has to return to first base, and he does. And that could have been a game changer. In this case, it wasn't because it was pulled in by left field. And now we have batting for himself the next batter, Phil Meyer, with 2 down and Noah Lawrence at first base. Mike Bolzenbrook pumps that one in there for strike number 1. 0-1 the count, 2 down. Runner at first. Lifted up into center field. Gary Owens under it for out number 3. And there we have 1 runner left on base, no hits, no runs scored as we go into the top of the 3rd inning. So the score remains 0-0. So yet again, Storm keeping this one tight, 0-0 the score against the reigning champion of the first Bundesliga, the Heidenheim Heideköpfe. We're only 6 games into the season. Unfortunate record of 1-5, but again, it's only 6, and the regular season is 30 games. And here we have coming to bat for Heidenheim Heideköpfe, Nate Thomas. Nate Thomas is the left fielder. And Phil starts him out with strike number 1. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike to Nate Thomas. Take a little bit off of that one for unfortunate ball 2. No fishing from Nate. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. Takes that one low and inside for ball number 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. That ball lifted up to the left-hand side, and that is out of play for strike number 2. And we go full. That is 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nate Thomas. And that one is called strike number 3, low and outside corner, apparently. And we've got one down in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And now coming to bat is second baseman Simon Liedtke. Simon Liedtke, the second baseman, already has a 2-0 count, 2 balls and no strikes. With one down in the top of the 3rd inning, a 0-0 score. Phil Meyer now with the 2-0 pitch. Pumps it in there for strike number 1. 2-1 the count. That one hit to the right side, and that is in there for a hit. Simon safe at first base. Ball brought in. With one down, Simon Liedtke at first base. And now coming to bat, David Dinsky, David Dinsky. And David is the right fielder for Heidenheim. With one down, and Simon Liedtke at first base. That first pitch hits the outside corner for strike number 1. One down, man at first base, and David Dinsky at the plate. The 0-1 offering, squared around Davidinsky, fielded by Phil Meyer, picks it up over to first base. Excellent play by Phil Meyer to get him at first base. The sacrifice is successful, but there are now 2 down, and we have a runner at second base. Now coming to bat is the leadoff hitter, shortstop Philip Schultz. Just miss on the inside corner for ball number 1. And the 1-0 pitch from Phil Meyer. Grounded over to the right side. Noah Lawrence picks it up, flips to first baseman Phil Meyer for out number 3. And there we have again a scoreless inning. We have 1 hit, 1 left on base. And as we go into the bottom of the 3rd inning, the score remains 0-0, and Hünstetten Storm coming to bat. Here we are in the bottom of the third inning. We've got a tight one, 0-0. We've got the right fielder, Oliver Jochem, now at bat, number 26, Oliver Jochem. Mike Bolsenbrook was strike number one. Oliver took a healthy swing at that one, but swung through it for strike number one. Bolsenbrook with the second pitch. That is fouled off to the right-hand side for strike number two. Bolsenbrook gets ahead already, 0-2 count to Oliver Jochem. Comes up high and tight, swings through it, healthy swing, but again, strike number three in this case is out number one. And we go to the top of the order with Vicente Velasquez, our shortstop, coming to bat. Push bunt to the right side, and it's flipped from Bolsenbrook over to Göring for out number two. Close play. Vicente is speedy, but this time Heidenheim gets the better of that one. Two down already in the bottom of the third inning. 0-0 the score. Now coming to bat our center fielder, number 8, Jake Gentry. That pitch taken up high for ball number one. Jake with a hard hit to the first base side last at bat for a single. This pitch taken also outside for a 2-0 count with two down. Third pitch offering is fouled off to the third base side, out of play. Count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike to Jake. And the 2-1 offering is ripped down the line, and it's just barely foul. That brings the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. That ball is ripped in the gap. Right side, right field. Right fielder cuts it off, holds him to a single. Jake 2 for 2 for the day. Now coming to bat is our third baseman, number 36, Daniel Martins. That ball lifted deep center field. Gary Owens going back on the track, and he drops it. That's off of his glove. He doesn't really drop it. That's off of his glove. Daniel going around to third base. Jake scores for the first run. Ball gets away from shortstop. Daniel Martins coming home, and the shortstop does not pick it up, and we have a new score of 2-0. A deep shot into center fielder is very difficult to pull that one down. Difficult because it is windy up here. Difficult also because that's a 400-foot shot to center field. And we have a new score. It's 2-0 for Storm against Heidenheim in the bottom of the third inning. And now coming to bat, our catcher, number 96, Victor Balescas. That first pitch offering from Mike Boltenbrook to Victor is strike number one. That one driven to right or center field as well, and this one he pulls down the line drive, making that center fielder Gary Owens work today. And we've got a new score as we go into the top of the fourth inning already. It is 2 for Storm and Heidenheim 0, but coming to bat at the top of the fourth. So here we go into the top of the fourth inning. It is 2-0 for Storm. We'd like to extend a hearty hello, if you will, to Rogelio Maldonado. Rogelio is, of course, on the team, and in our last games, he unfortunately took a very hard pitch off the hand while he was at bat, and the diagnosis is unfortunately a broken hand. We wish him all the best, and we will see him very soon. But I'm sure he's watching, and we right now have a 2-0 score for his team, our team, Hünstetten Storm. Now coming to bat is the third baseman for Heidenheim. That is Drew Jansen. Phil Meyer starts Drew Jansen off with strike number one. Curveball hit deep into, not too deep actually. Wind playing with it and the sun playing with it. Very difficult to pull in for center fielder Jake Gentry. He definitely lost that one in the clouds. Unfortunate, but that ball drops in there and Drew's safe at second base. Now a bat for Heidenheim, number 42, Gary Owens, center fielder. That ball dropped on the right-hand side, brings Gary Owens safe to first base, pushes Drew Jansen over to third base. We've got runners on the corner with nobody down. Top of the fourth inning, 0-2 for Hünstetten. And now coming to bat with runners on the corner is catcher William, that is Billy Germain. Gary Owens off to second base. Ball is swung through, no throw down, but that's strike number one. Runners at second and third. Nobody down, top of the fourth inning, and the score is 0 for Heidenheim, 2 for Storm. That ball lifted back out of play for an 0-2 count to Billy Germain. Oh, and 2 the count to Billy Germain. Phil Myers' 0-2 offering coming up. Fastball on the outside corner, bat struck out just to protect the plate, and the count remains 0 balls and 2 strikes. That 0-2 offering is down low, no fishing there. 1 ball and 2 strikes, nobody out, runner at first, or excuse me, runner at second base, and a runner at third base. Ball lifted up, this time to the third base side. Is it in play? It is out of play, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sean Larry takes that first offering from Phil Meyer inside for ball number 1. 1 down, runner at third base. Score 2-1 for Storm. Just missing the inside corner on that one as well for a 2-0 count. That 2-0 pitch is fouled off to the third base side for a new count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike to Sean Larry. We've got a runner at third base and a 2-1 score. Phil Meyer now with the 2-1 pitch. That ball hit deep into center field. So deep that is over the wall, and we have a new score. Sean Larry with a ball that is at least 400 feet. We've got a new score of 3-2. Heidenheim takes the lead in the top of the fourth inning. We've got 1 down, and now coming to bat will be first baseman Simon Göring. First pitch to Simon is taken outside for ball number 1. That pitch fouled off for an even count at 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got 1 down and a new score that is Heidenheim 3, Storm 2 in the top of the fourth inning. We're playing 7 today, 2 games of 7. This is game number 1. Curveball offering popped straight up, very difficult with the wind. Noah Lawrence pulls it in for out number 2. Very difficult play. Very good play from Noah. Makes that 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning. Score 3-2. Still, now coming to bat is left fielder number 32, Nate Thomas. A little bit too inside on that one. Is hit by pitch, brings Nate Thomas down to first base with 2 down. And now coming to bat with 2 outs is second baseman number 2, Simon Liedtke. Nate Thomas off to second base. Victor with the throw down there, and a little bit too late. Nate Thomas safe at second base with a stolen base. With 2 down, we've got a runner at second base. Time is called. We're taking a little mound visit from Jesse Remington out to Phil Meyer. It's his first visit. And again, here we are in the top of the 4th inning. Score 3-2 with 2 outs and a runner at second base. That runner being Nate Thomas, the left fielder. 7 innings we're playing today, and we'll take a little break in the action. So the action resumes, and we've got 2 down. We've got 1 ball on Simon Liedtke, the second baseman for Heidenheim. Here comes Phil's 1-0 offering. Just misses outside and low for ball number 2. Count goes to 3 balls and no strikes to Simon Liedtke, the number 8 batter and second baseman for Heidenheim. Not completely sure, but probably a take situation for Simon. Here comes the 3-0 offering. And that's in there for strike number 1. 3-1 the count, 2 down. Runner at second base, and 3 runs to 2 runs for Heidenheim. And the 3-1 offering from Phil is strike number 2. Count goes full to 3 balls and 2 strikes. We've got 2 down, runner at second base. Chances are he will not be running on the pitch, but we'll have to see. 3-2 the count. Here comes the payoff pitch. It's ripped in the 6th hole, and here comes Gary Owens rounding third base. Throw being made at home is cut off by third baseman, and that's an RBI for Simon Liedtke. Score increases to 4-2 for Heidenheim. Simon Liedtke now at first base with 2 down still. Now at bat, right fielder number 27, Davidinsky. Simon Litka off to second base. Ball hit to Daniel Martins, who swipes at it, gets it in his glove, over to first base. It's high, but Noah Lawrence pulls it in for out number 3. A little bit of damage done. That damage being 4 runs on Heidenheim's side. 4 runs makes it 4-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning, and Storm coming to bat. Rosenbrook comes off the mound in the bottom of the 4th inning. Replacing him will be number 17, Chris Erich. So on deck batter for Hünstetten Storm is Yannick Kiss. Behind him in the hole is Noah Lawrence, and behind him is Douglas Jochum. All taking a good look at the new pitcher for Heidenheim, and that new pitcher is Chris Erich, replacing Mike Bosenbrook on the mound. In the bottom of the 4th, it's 4-2, 4 runs that is for Heidenheim. 2 for Storm. Yannick Kiss, our second baseman at bat. That first offering low for ball number 1. That pitch brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Yannick with a hard swing, fouled off. 1 ball and 2 strikes to our second baseman. And the 1-2 pitch is hit hard to the right side, and it's fair. Down the line, Yannick is going for a single. He'll stay at first base. Excellent shot down the right field line for a hit. We've got nobody out, runner at first base, and now our first baseman now at bat, Noah Lawrence. That ball left up high for ball number 1. In Noah's last at bat, he was hit by a pitch, got to first base. Yannick this time at first base, and we've got a 1-0 count to Noah. And here comes a pitch from Chris Erich, taken outside for ball number 2. 2-0 count to Noah Lawrence. Strike, nobody out. Relatively quick worker in Chris Erich, and this pitch, a 2-1 count, is a curveball, something taken off, swung through And missed 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 pitch. Also an off-speed pitch, but this one inside, and we go full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Yannick Kiss at first base in a 4-2 game with Heidenheim leading. Bottom of the 4th inning. Here comes the 3-2 offering. Fastball hit to the third base side, fielded by third base, over to first base, and out. An excellent play by the third baseman. That third baseman, Drew Jansen, gets Noah at first base. Noah, however, moves Yannick Kiss over to second base. We've got 1 down. With 1 down, a 4-2 score, Yannick Kiss at second base. We have now coming to bat our left fielder, number 22, Douglas Jochum. A little break in the game. It looks as if Chris Erich is fiddling with his hand, his throwing hand. Might have a blister, might have something that is causing him to second guess whether or not he actually wants to be out there right now. Trainer coming out to take a look, and as we have a small break in the action, the score remains 4-2. And Storm threatening here in the bottom of the 4th inning with a runner at second base and 1 down. So, taking a look at whether or not that is actually going to have an effect on his pitching. It looks as if Chris Erich does remain in the game. I believe that does constitute as a visit, so we'll just have to see how things continue with Douglas Jochum now at bat. Our left fielder, number 22, with 1 down, and Yannick Kiss at second base. Looks as if that hand is just fine. Drops that in there for strike number 1. And the 1-0 pitch to Douglas. Swung through a fastball for an 0-2 count. 0-2 count. With 1 down, Yannick Kiss at second base. 4-2 the score for Heidenheim. The bottom of the 4th inning. 0-2 count from Chris Erich. That offering to Douglas Jochum is hit to the right side, and it looks as if that just may drop. It's a gapper. It's all the way to the warning track. That's going to bring Yannick Kiss in for a 4-3 score and a double from Douglas Jochum. Shortens the lead to a 4-3 score for Heidenheim. Yannick Kiss scores all the way from second. Number 1, 0-1 the count to Phil. Might be able to help himself out here. 4-3 score with the runner at second base. Here comes the 0-1 offering to Phil Meyer. That curveball hits apparently the outside corner for an 0-2 count. And the 0-2 offering from Chris Erich to Phil Meyer is a curveball low in the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes, with 1 down, a 4-3 score, and a runner in scoring position at second base. And his name is Douglas Jochum. And here comes the 1-2. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. That ball hit foul. Gathered in by the catcher in foul territory. Consensus here in the score box is it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. One two offering from Chris Erich to Phil Meyer. Coming up, and curveball hit to the right side. That is going to be reeled in by the right fielder for the second out. Got 2 down. Runner still at second base. 4-3 the score. And now coming to bat, Oliver Jochum, our right fielder, number 26. The ball gets away from the catcher. Quick reactions keep the runner at bay. He remains at second base. We've got a new count. That's 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs, runner on second base. 4-3 the score for Heidenheim in the bottom of the fourth inning. Number 26, our right fielder, Oliver Jochum at bat. And the 1-0 pitch coming from Chris Erich to Oliver is a fastball swung through to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. The ball hit off to the right-hand side, out of play, and that brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. One, two, the count. We've got 2 down. Timeout called by Oliver Jochum. Time is called. We've got 2 down, 4-3 the score. Storm threatening here in the bottom of the fourth inning to tie the score or go in the lead. We've got a 1-2 count to Oliver Jochum. Pitch is an inside fastball that evens the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 offering. A little bit low for a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Got 2 down. Douglas Jochum at second base. Oliver Jochum now at the plate. And here comes the payoff pitch to Oliver Jochum. Hit to the right side, a slow roller. Oh, it gets through the legs of the first baseman. Safe at first base. Douglas Jochum not attempting to come home on that one. And that is a difficult ball to handle. However, it will be counted as an E3, an error on the first baseman. Brings Oliver safe to first base. Douglas safe at third base. We've got Jochems on the corners, if you will. And now coming to bat, our shortstop, number 2, Vicente Velasquez. Top of the order with Vicente at bat. Runners on the corner. Excellent opportunity to even up the score. His curveball dropped in for strike number 1 to Vicente. Excellent hitter. Led the team last year in average and also in on-base percentage. 0-1 the count. Ball low, evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got 2 down, a 4-3 score with runners on the corner in the bottom of the 4th inning. That 1-1 pitch now makes it 1-2, called on the outside corner for strike number 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 down. Runners on the corner. Curveball dumped into right field. That's going to score. We've got a tie game. Oliver Jochem from first base all the way to third base, and we've got a new game. 4-4 the score. Vicente with an RBI that ties it up. Runners again at the corner. These runners now Vicente at first base, Oliver Jochem at third base with 2 down. Our hard-hitting center fielder Jake Gentry, who's already 2 for 2 and has the opportunity to put us in the lead here. 4-4 the new score. Chris Erich's offering to Jake is a fastball, it looks like, or something similar on the inside corner, taken for strike number 1. Tie game in the bottom of the 4th. In fact, it's 4-4 in the bottom of the 4th. Jake with an 0-1 count. Fouled off to the third base side, out of play, and that makes the count 0-2. 0-2 the count. That ball hit deep into center field, but the center fielder Gary Owens this time under it and grabs it, and we've got a barn burner. We've got a 4-4 score. We've got the 5th inning, and we're playing 7 today. Stay tuned. Stay with us as we go into the 5th inning. Heidenheim coming to bat. Here we are in the top of the 5th inning. Good baseball, fun baseball. It's 4-4. We have the top of the order for Heidenheim coming to bat in Philip Schultz, Drew Jansen, and Gary Owens will be at least the three that we see. Phil Meyer still on the mound. And off we go into the fifth inning. Now batting our is the shortstop for Heidenheim, Philip Schultz. Phil Meyer's first pitch to Philip Schultz is strike number one. Squares around, ball is bunted very well. Bounces around, hard to get a handle on that one for Phil Meyer, and we've got an infield hit for Philip Schultz. He's safe at first base, and now coming to bat the third baseman, Drew Jansen. So, Philip Schultz at first base. Now at bat, Drew Jansen. Healthy lead over at first base by Philip Schultz. And he's sent back to first base with the pickoff attempt. Also squares around to bunt, or at least show it, and that is strike number one. Again, a healthy lead from Philip Schultz over at first base. And he's off to second base, squares around. That throw down to second, and out at second base. An excellent throw from Victor Velasquez to his brother Vicente Velasquez for out number one. A bang bang play at second base, perfect throw, perfect tag, well executed. We've got one down. We've got two strikes on Drew Jansen. 0-2 the count. And the 0-2 offering from Phil Meyer. Curveball popped into center field, and it's not popped, it's back over the head of center fielder Jake Gentry. And I said over the head. It is not over his head, it is over the shoulder, and it was caught, pulled in for out number two. Excellent play on his horse and center field, Jake Gentry. Now coming to bat, also the center fielder, but this time for Heidenheim, is Gary Owens, number 42, Gary Owens. That ball skied straight up in foul territory. The catcher, Victor Velasquez, under it for the third out. One pitch, three outs on that last pitch to Gary Owens. And score remains 4-4 as we go into the bottom of the fifth inning. Excellent outing here by Phil Meyer. Bottom of the fifth inning. Scores tied up at 4-4. So as we head into the bottom of the fifth inning, you heard it before, it was 4-4, but we now have a new pitcher on the mound for Heidenheim. His name is Konstantin Schiele, if I read it correctly. Number 12, Konstantin Schiele on the bump in the bottom of the fifth inning. Warum, warum werden sie nicht verlinkt? I think if in BSM verlinkt, but Stefan said he was going to do that. Velasquez. Fuck. And now our catcher, Victor Velasquez. Oh, I'll get it right sooner or later. Anyway, Victor now at bat with one down. Konstantin Sheila getting ahead of Victor with one strike. 0-1 the count. That fastball offering brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike with one down. Tie game here in the fifth inning. Similar pitch is down low in the dirt for a ball. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to Victor. That pitch is a ball, makes it 3 balls and 1 strike. That 3-1 offering is fouled off to the third base side for strike number 2. We've got a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes with one down. And here comes the payoff pitch. This one fouled off, but this time to the first base side. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. That ball gets through the wickets of the catcher. Victor down to first base with a free pass and decides to stay at first base. One down, runner at first base. We've got a tie game, 4-4 in the bottom of the fifth inning. Now coming to bat, our second baseman, number 9, Yannick Kiss. That ball taken inside for ball number 1. Mm, creepy. And the 3-1 offering from Konstantin Sheila is a strike. And that is a full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first base with one down. Yannick Kiss at bat with a full count. Here comes the payoff pitch. Swung through for strike number 3, and that is out number 2. As we continue in the lineup, big hitting first baseman number 66, Noah Lawrence. With 2 down, Victor Velasquez at first base. That pitch taken for a ball low. 1-0 the count to Noah. And the 1-0 pitch to Noah. Hit deep into left field, right. However, at the deep plane, left fielder for out number 3. Very well hit, very well struck, but right at the player. That's baseball, and that happens. And that takes us into the top of the 6th inning with the score even up at 4-4. We've got ourselves a close one here, folks. Stay tuned. We're in the top of the 6th inning. We've got a 4-4 tie game here in Hünstetten. Heidenheim coming to bat in the top of the 6th inning with their 4th, 5th, and 6th hitters. That's William Germain, Billy Germain, Sean Larry, and Simon Göring. And off we go. We had a question from one of our YouTube viewers why this link is not shown in the DBV links like other games, and as of 3 seconds ago, it is now linked to the DBV pages. Sorry about that, but that sorry is now taken care of, and we hope that we get more viewers that way. Thank you for pointing that out to us. William Germain with the foul ball straight back to us makes the count 0-1. Here comes the pitch, and we've got strike number 2. Phil Meyer ahead of Billy Germain in the count 0-2. An attempt to get Billy fishing doesn't work. However, that's nothing lost there. Just the count going to 1-2 strikes. Nobody down in the top of the 6th inning. 4-4 the score. Number back to Phil Meyer. An excellent glove play. He drops it, flips it over to the first base, and he misses the throw over to Noah Lawrence. The throw tossed over to Noah Lawrence. Noah has to reach across the path of the runner. Takes off his helmet in the course of doing that, and we've got Billy Germain safe at first base, which what should have been perhaps an easier out. That happens sometimes. We've got nobody down. We've got Sean Larry now at bat, DH, who cleared the fence at a good, easy 400 shot to left center in his last at bat. 4-4 the score, nobody down. Sean Larry at bat and Billy Germain at first base. Ball slips out of the hand of Phil Meyer for ball number 1. Ball fouled back for a 1-1 count. That ball gets away, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Simon Göring. Ball's also straight back. Brings the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got 2 down. 4-4, 4-4 the score in the top of the 6th inning. If you are watching this and you like baseball, you are certainly getting your money's worth today. An excellent game from both sides, and we'll have to see who is going to come out on top. Right now, Phil Meyer pitching to Simon Göring, 2-2 the count. That ball hit deep into center field. Jake Gentry back on it, and he reels it in for the 3rd out. That final out keeps the score at 4-4, and as we go into the bottom of the 6th inning, the score remains 4-4. So the ball is coming down from the catcher down to second base as we go into the bottom of the 6th inning. We've got a 4-4 tie game here. Bottom of the 6th inning, and coming to bat for Hünstetten is Douglas Jochum, Phil Meyer, Oliver Jochum, and hopefully many more, but those are the 3 that we're going to see definitely right now. Konstantin Schiele is still on the mound for Heidenheim. And off we go into the bottom of the 6th inning. At bat, Douglas Jochum. That offering taken low for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Douglas takes a big hack at that one to even the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Went fishing on that curveball there and brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch is a curveball up high. Count even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball strung through, foul tip, but caught by the catcher, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. But now coming to bat, Hünstetten is the pitcher who's having an excellent day on the mound, Phil Meyer. Konstantin Sheila starts Phil Meyer off with strike number 1. It's an 0-1 count, Phil, with 1 down. In the bottom of the 6th inning, a tie game at 4-4. Ball slips out of his hand for ball number 1. 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 down. Home plate umpire calls that a strike, and we have a new count at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Phil Meyer. Konstantin Sheila on the mound. Here comes the 1-2 offering. Outside corner is strike number 3, and that's out number 2. Still 2 down only. They need 3 to get the sides changed. And now coming to bat is our right fielder, Oliver Jochem. That fastball on the outside corner for strike number 1. Also a fastball offering there, a little bit high, but swings through it. It brings the count to 0-2 to Oliver. 0-2 the count. Sheila with his pitch. Protecting the plate there is Oliver Jochem, and he fouls that one back. The count remains no balls and 2 strikes with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th inning. 4-4 the score. That offering also fouled off to the first base side. Again, count remains 0 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Hit hard down the third base down. That is a fair ball. Oliver Jochem digging for 2. Throw comes in, and he has got a stand-up double. Oliver Jochem with a stand-up double with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brings the top of the order in Vicente Velasquez to bat, who already has an RBI. Will be a perfect opportunity to get the score to 5-4 with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. And here we have a pitching mound visit from the manager from Heidenheim. And as we take a small break in the action, I want to make sure that everyone realizes what's happening here in a 7 inning, what is normally a 7 inning game. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Is tied is scored. Sorry, the score is tied at 4-4. We've got a runner in scoring position, and his name is Oliver Jochum. And at bat is the top of the order, Vicente Valesquez. So Klaus Ekle with his mound visit, he's finished. Vicente now at bat. Two down, runner in scoring position, bottom of the sixth. Sheila with his delivery is low in the dirt. He's making an attempt at third base, and he is out at third base. Tough to see from the angle that we have here. However, the ball gets away from the catcher. Decision from Oliver was to say, you know what, I can make that. I'm going to try my best. Unfortunately, that strong throw from the catcher is the third out. And as we go into the top of the seventh inning of hopefully only a 7 inning game, we have a tie score, and that is 4-4. Phil Meyer still on the mound for Hünstetten Storm. He's pitching an excellent game already. His pitch count is relatively low. We're going to check on what that is. So after 6 complete innings, it's a 4-4 score. Phil Meyer having an excellent day on the mound with only 74 pitches to this point. And he's going to remain on there as pitching coach Jesse Remington says, you know what, it's your game. Take it to the end. And now coming to bat is left fielder Nate Thomas for Heidenheim. So number 32, Nate Thomas, left fielder at bat in the top of the seventh inning. Just misses inside with the ball. 1 ball, no strikes. That one missing low as well. The count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Nate Thomas squares around, lets the ball pass, and that ball passing passes over the plate for strike number 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody down in the top of the seventh inning. That one fouled straight back, and that evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes. Top of the seventh inning, nobody down. Nate Thomas against Phil Meyer. And here comes the 2-2 offering from Phil Meyer, and time is called. Situation remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Top of the seventh. Game's tied at 4-4. Nate Thomas at bat. Ball hit hard to first base. Noah Lawrence cleans it up, takes it over unassisted to first base for the first out. We've got one down on the top of the seventh. Now batting number 2, second baseman Simon Liedtke. Ball outside for a 1-0 count. One down. The ball hit right up the middle, stabbed by Phil over to first base for the second out. Excellent athletic play by Phil Meyer. And we have 2 retired in the top of the 7th inning already. And now coming to bat, number 27, David Dinsky, right fielder for Heidenheim. And Phil Meyer drops in his curveball for strike number 1 to David Dinsky. That ball hit to right field. Oliver Jochum over his head. He is going to have to round that ball up at the warning track. And Davidinsky pulls up with a stand-up double into second base. Got 2 down in the top of the 7th, a 4-4 score, and now comes the top of the order for Heidenheim in the form of shortstop Philip Schultz. Phil Meyer starts Philip Schultz off with a fastball on the outside corner for strike number 1. And the 0-1 pitch from Phil Meyer to Philip Schultz is fouled back for an 0-2 count. No balls, 2 strikes. We've got 2 down in the top of the 7th inning. Runner in scoring position, and that is David Dinsky at second base for Heidenheim. Philip Schultz at bat, Phil Meyer on the mound. An attempt to get him fishing on the outside part of the plate is a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Excellent pick selection there and a changeup, but it's fouled off by Philip Schultz, and the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. We've got 2 down in the top of the 7th inning. Little number to Vicente. Over to third base. An attempt to get him at third base is unsuccessful. Slow roller, too slow to get him at first base. The attempt to get him at third base, the runner at third base, is unsuccessful. And we've got runner at the corners. Runner at the corners with 2 down. And now up at third baseman, Drew Jansen. So we've got a, small break in the action. Break in the action is a visit from manager Jesse Remington out to Phil Meyer. Talk about the situation. Runners on the corners with 2 down. Coming to bat is Drew Jansen, the third baseman for Heidenheim. So Jesse Remington, an extremely experienced pitcher, talks to his pitcher, Phil Meyer, who's having an excellent outing today. So we've got 2 down in top of the 7th inning. We've got a tie score. Drew Jansen at bat with runners on the corner. Phil's first offering is taken for an inside ball. 1-0 the count. Pickoff attempt over at first base sends Philip Schultz back to first base. Safe at first. 1-0 the count to Drew Jansen. Curveball slips out of Phil Meyer's hand for ball number 2. Almost a delayed steal from Philip Schultz over at first base, but he decides to stay. 2-0 the count. Philip Schultz off and running is strike number 1. No throw attempt made. He's now Philip Schultz is now at second base with runners at second and third. A 2-1 count to Drew Jansen with 2 down in the top of the 7th inning. Tie game 4-4. Just missing the outside corner there brings the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. And the 3-1 pitch is outside for ball 4. Had that base occupied, probably didn't want to give him anything good, but now no choice for this batter. We have bases loaded. We've got 2 down. And the batter is Gary Owens, number 42, the center fielder for Heidenheim. And Phil's offering to Gary Owens is a fastball just missing on the outside corner. 1-0 the count. And that pitch brought in there to even up the count at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down, bases loaded in the top of the 7th inning. It's a 4-4 score. Gary Owens at bat. Phil Meyer having an excellent outing today. And here comes the 1-1 offering. Missing outside with ball number 2. And that pitch brought in there for strike number 2. And we have even up count at 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded, top of the 7th inning. 4-4 the score. Gary Owens at bat. Phil Meyer on the mound for Hünstetten. That ball's fouled straight back. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that is a fastball up high. Strike three, out number three. Bases loaded. Nobody scores. Chance for a walk-off in the bottom of the seventh inning. As we go to the bottom of the seventh inning, it is 4-4. Heidenheim versus Hünstetten Storm. So, you people on live stream, congratulations for watching a fantastic baseball game here. It is 4-4 in the bottom of the seventh inning. For those of you in the stadium, at least, what is it, 350, maybe 360 today. In any case, they are getting their money's worth. And by the way, here it's pay as you please, so they really are getting their money's worth. Excellent baseball. As we go into the bottom of the seventh inning, we have a new pitcher on the mound for Heidenheim. His name is actually the second baseman. He's been in the game for quite some time. That is Simon Liedtke. We'll have to see if that actually even plays a role. But Simon Liedtke now on the mound, and we have the top of the order for Hünstetten. Vicente Velasquez is leading off. So in the internet, that is our live streaming, we have a comment from DO or D0442, and he says great pitching, and I assume that he means Phil Meyer, and he is absolutely or she is absolutely right. Great pitching from Phil, a fantastic outing. It is 4-4. Simon Liedtke with his first offering to Vicente Velasquez for strike number one. So a chance for a walk-off here for Hünstetten Storm. That offering is a ball inside and low. Evens up the count at 1-1 strike. Home plate umpire calls that one on the outside part of the plate for a strike. 1-2 strikes to Vicente. That curveball offering is bounced over the head of third baseman, and Vicente on the base. He's heading to second base. Throw comes in, and it is too late. And in scoring position is Vicente Velasquez. That ball had eyes, and those eyes said, I'm going to bounce over the third baseman's head. And it did exactly that, and Vicente sees the chance, takes the opportunity to run to second base, and he's safe at second. We've got runners in scoring position. Jake Gentry now at bat. Jake Gentry already with 2 hits today. Opportunity to bring in Vicente, who is a speedster at second base. And off we go. Simon Liedtke versus Jake Gentry. First pitch offering taken on the outside corner for strike number one. It's going to go to left. That ball hit deep into right field. Tagging is Vicente. Here comes the throw. It's going to be close. No throw. Jake Gentry with a long hit to right field moves Vicente Velasquez over to third base with 1 down. Now coming to bat, Daniel Martins. So, with runner at third base, and that runner is the winning run for Hünstetten Storm in the bottom of the seventh inning. Daniel Martins, our third baseman, number 36, at the plate. Infield is in for Heidenheim to cut off that run. Simon Liedtke now on the mound. Simon Liedtke starts him out with a curveball. That ball left up high for ball number 1. 1-0 the count to Daniel Martins. Any hard hit to the outfield will score. And that pitch is a ball up also for ball number 2 now. 2-0 the count to Daniel Martins. Anything hit to the outfield will be a walk-off. That pitch is outside for ball number 3. And we have an intentional walk. A 3-0 count says I'm not going to go 4-0. I'm going to actually give him that intentional walk. Daniel Martins off to first base with an intentional walk. We've also got another mound visit coming up, and new batter is Victor Valesquez with an opportunity to change the score and bring in the winning run. Should be interesting to see how Heidenheim goes here. They've got an intentional walk sent to Daniel Martins, sends him down to first base with one down, runner at third base and runner at first base. Interesting situation from a coaching perspective. Do you walk the next batter intentionally to get bases loaded, or do you let him hit? And here we go. And that's exactly what happened. Victor Velasquez given the free pass and sends him to first base. Shoves Daniel Martins over to second base. We've got bases loaded, and now coming to bat is our second baseman, number 9, Yannick Kiss. This is an excellent baseball game. Interesting to see what's going to happen. Do you bunt him in? Do you let him hit? Do you hit into a double play? Do you hit that ball into the outfield? What's going to happen? Yannick Kiss at bat. And the pitch is ball number 1. Yannick Kiss certainly trying to shrink his strike zone and look for that ball down the middle to get that ball lifted up into the outfield or into the outfield. 1-0 the count. Here comes the pitch to Yannick Kiss. And that's up the middle, and that looks as if we've got a walk-off for Storm. Yannick Kiss with an RBI, and we've got a ball game W for Hünstetten Storm. Yannick Kiss comes up with a walk-off RBI, an excellent game on both sides. Fantastic baseball. That's the end of the game. 7th inning, Storm takes it 5-4. Join us as we, in a half an hour, go into game number 2. We have a 2-5 record now as Storm beats the reigning champion of the first Bundesliga, Heidenheim Heideköpfe, for an excellent win. Fantastic. Fans are going nuts up here, and we hope you are at home too. See you in less than a half an hour as we start our second game of the doubleheader. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back to game number 2 of a doubleheader. On the mound for Hünstetten Storm is Jesse Remington. We'll get to the starting lineups in just a bit. Leading off for Heidenheim is Philip Schultz. Jesse starts him off with strike number 1. Welcome to everybody online, including Deb. You're going to see how Sun does well here. Starting up with the ball high there, it's 1-1 the count. Jesse has a dual role. He was actually managing the first game as well and did an excellent job there by taking one away from the reigning champions of the first Bundesliga. Excellent pitch for what should be strike number 2. I probably shouldn't be commenting in that direction, but it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Philip Schultz. That ball's high and tight for ball number 3. 3-1 the count to Philip Schultz. That one's called inside for ball number 4. Philip Schultz off to first base. His free pass to first base brings him to 1. And now batting is DH, Drew Jansen. My apology, he's not DH, he's actually DH and pitcher. Because he has to be taken out, they won't lose the DH. Drew now pitching, now batting. Jesse Remington starts him off with strike number 1. Philip Schultz is always a threat at first base, but Jesse, being a left-hander, is keeping him a little bit closer than usual. Showing bunt, but pulling back in time for ball number 1. 1-1 the count. Nobody out, runner at first base. Home plate umpire calls that one ball high. 2-1 the count. Klaus Eckler giving signs from third base. Curious to see whether or not the bunt is actually going to be put down or not. Drew is also quick of foot. He squares, puts it down the first base side. Making the plays, Noah Lawrence to Vicente Velasquez. Excellent play from Noah. Gets the lead runner. We've got one down in the top of the first inning. That fielder's choice brings Drew to first base. Drew Jansen, that is. Now at bat is center fielder Gary Owen. Jesse Remington starts out Gary Owen with a first strike. Count even at 1-1. So we've got ones on the board. That is 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at first base. Gary Owens at bat. That ball fouled down. Oh, it gets a piece of catcher, Douglas Jochum, or Jochum, depending on what language you want to speak. But it's definitely not Jochen, or whatever the heck I said in the first game. I apologize to the family involved. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to take for any catcher, and that's off the thigh of Douglas, but he's back in his position doing his business here at 2-1 count, excuse me, a 1-2 count to Gary Owens. Drew Jansen at first base. The pitch from Jesse Remington. Nope, it's a pickoff attempt over at first base. Holds Drew Jansen a little bit closer than normal. And the 1-2 pitch to Gary Owens from Jesse Remington. Lifted up into left. Back is Daniel Martins at the track. Pulls it in. Turn and a throw. Keeps Drew Jansen at first base. Out number 2 is a fly out to left field. And now coming to bat is catcher William, that is Billy Germain. Just missing the outside corner for ball number 1. Billy Germain fouls that one off to even the count up at 1-1. To the Illinois entourage, glad you got your cup of joe and you're watching us. If you were able to see that first game, you would have seen that Storm got a big W against the reigning champions of the first Bundesliga, Heidenheim Heideköpfe, with a walk-off 5-4 victory. Now a bat with 2 down, Billy Germain. That 1-1 count is fouled straight back, out of play for a 1-2 count. Storm has new merchandise available. If you're interested, let us know. Let us know through an email or let us know here in the chat and we'll try to get a hold of you. And with new merchandise, I mean t-shirts, I mean hoodies, I mean new caps. That ball hitting the 5-6 hole for a hit. Brings Drew Jansen to second base safely. Billy Germain threw that single safe at first base. Still 2 down. And now coming to bat is first baseman Simon Göring. Simon Göring at bat now, first baseman. First offering to Simon Göring is ball number 1. And that evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got 2 down, runners at first and second in the top of the first inning of game number 2 of this doubleheader. 7 innings are planned. That 1-1 pitch offering is down low for a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Simon Göring at the plate. Ball reeled in from third baseman Victor Velasquez. Fine play, ground out from Victor over to Noah Lawrence for out number 3. So 2 hits, I believe, 2 left on base. 1 hit, 2 left on base. Nobody scores. As we go into the bottom of the first inning, score remains 0 for Heidenheim and Storm coming to bat. And here we are at the bottom of the first inning. Welcome back. We have Drew Jansen on the hill for Heidenheim. Starting lineup for Hünstetten Storm. Vicente Velasquez is our shortstop. Jake Gentry is our center fielder. Daniel Martins is in left field as we saw him pull one deep on the track in for the second out of the first inning. Victor Velasquez is at third base. Yannick Kiss is our second baseman. Noah Lawrence at first base. Douglas Jochum or Jochum is behind the dish, and Phil Meyer is the DH. Oliver Jochum is our right fielder, and we all know that Jesse Remington, who managed the first game, is now on the bump for Hünstetten Storm. Gianfranco Rizzo, Jose Pimentel, and Rogelio Maldonado on the bench for Hünstetten. You can't hear the music that we're listening to, but we just heard parking lot. Put up the trees, put them in a tree museum. Speaking of tree museums, we had a couple bats broken in the last game. They're in a tree museum now. Now at bat, Vicente Velasquez, our starting shortstop. Vicente looks at strike number one. That ball's fouled straight back, and brings the count to no balls and two strikes. That pitch is a fastball outside. Count is at 1-2. 1-2 the count. Off-speed pitch, grounded to second base. Vicente out at first base. That play made by Simon Liedke. Over to Simon Göring for out number one. Now at bat, number 8, our center fielder, Jake Gentry. Jake had an excellent first game, and above all, I believe he was at least had 2 hits, but a very important sacrifice fly in the 7th inning brought Vicente from second base over to third base into a further scoring position, and through Yannick Kiss's hit, had the walk-off winning run. So the first offering to Jake is the ball. That pitch also taken inside for ball number 2. 2-0 the count to Jake Gentry. And the pitch from Janssen. Low and inside on the back foot is ball number 3. 3-0 the count. That pitch called for strike number 1. 3-1 the count to Jake Gentry. That pitch fouled off to the first base side, and the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So, Drew Janssen with the full count. Jake Gentry, that is, also with the full count. And the payoff pitch coming up. Fastball fouled off to the left field side, down the line and out of play. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jake is a 25-year-old from Southern California, has an extensive college career as well, both in Fresno State and California State at Fullerton. 3-2 the count. The payoff pitch coming now. Ball inside, and he's got a free pass to first base. That brings him down to first base with one down. And with one out, now coming to bat, number 36, our left fielder, Daniel Martins. That first offering just missing outside and low for ball number 1. Hitting the outside corner to even up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. We've got 1 down and a runner at first base. Very similar situation to what Heidenheim had in their first inning. Daniel Martins out bat now, however, for Storm. And that pitch is swung through for strike number 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sweeping curve, maybe a slurve a little bit there. In any case, that's strike number 3, and that's out number 2. Still have a runner at first base in the form of Jake Gentry, not only the form that is actually Jake Gentry. And now coming to bat is our third baseman, Victor Velasquez. Two and 0 to count to Victor. Pickoff attempt over at first base sends Jake Gentry diving back. He's safe. 2 and 0 the count to Victor Velasquez. Velasquez. It's still going to be Velasquez, and here comes the pitch. It's outside for ball number 3. Three and 0 the count to Victor Velasquez. Count now 3 and 1. That ball off the plate for ball number 4. That sends him down to first base, and that him is Victor. Victor at first base. Jake moves on over to second base, and we have a new batter. And that batter is Yannick Kiss. Yannick was the one who drove in the walk-off run for the W in game number 1. Yannick is playing second base. 2 down in the bottom of the first inning, 0-0 the score. Yannick Kiss at bat. That ball nips the outside corner for strike number 1. Oh, pickoff attempt at second base. Immediately called out. Not completely sure what has happened, whether it was maybe a stubbed finger. Got to break in the action to see what's actually happening. Jake asking the physio trainer from Heidenheim, who actually comes with their team, to take a look at it. Diving back into second base might have actually pushed the finger back in so much that it just needs to be popped out. He seems to know what exactly he needs. So it appears as if we have just a finger that needs to be popped back in, and we want to make sure that it's done correctly. Jake asking for that information if anyone can help him. But right now we have a break in the action until we get things resolved. So Jake Gentry back at second base. It appears that his finger actually was just popped back into position. Seems to be okay. He's got it taped up, and off we go into the bottom of the first inning. Score remains 0-0. Yannick Kiss at bat with an 0-1 count. Runners at first and second. That pitch is strike number two, fouled back for strike number two. 0-2 the count. Two down. Catcher setting upside a little bit on Yannick. The pitch. Also a slur for strike number three, and that's out number three. And as we go into the top of the second inning, the score remains 0-0. Two runners left on base. No runs coming in, no hits. Never on two walks. And it is 0-0 as we go into the second inning. Stay tuned. All right, folks. We're heading into the top of the second inning. We have 51 concurrent. Wake the kids, call the neighbors. Wake, phone the neighbors, call the kids. Anyway, we're up to 55 concurrent or current viewers. Call your neighbors, let them know what's going on. Maybe we can get that number up. In any case, welcome back. It's now the top of the second inning. Jesse Remington on the bump for Hünstetten Storm. 0-0 the score. This is, in case you're new to this particular stream, this is game number two of a doubleheader today. We play 7 innings each. First game went to Hünstetten Storm, beating the reigning Meister, the champion of the first Bundesliga in 2023, the Heidenheim Heideköpfe. Now coming to bat, leading off for the Heidenheim Heideköpfe is number 32, third baseman Nate Thomas. And Jesse starts out Nate Thomas with a first pitch strike. 0-1 the count. Leaves that one up high and outside for an even count of 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-2 pitch. Also outside, no fishing there from Nate Thomas. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss from Nate Thomas. Excellent pitch from Jesse Remington is strike number 3, and that's out number 1. In the top of the second inning, 1 down, and now coming to bat for the Heidenheim Heideköpfe is number 2, second baseman Simon Liedtke. That offering left outside for ball number 1. Two and 0 the count. And the 2-0 offering from Jesse Remington coming to the plate. Nips the outside corner for strike number 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Working that outside corner, no fishing there from Simon, and the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. That time he definitely works the outside corner perfectly, and it's a 3 ball, 2 strike count. Jesse Remington coming to the pitch. The payoff pitch is a check swing and called not a swing, and he'll head off to first base. Simon Liedtke off to first base with 1 out walk. Now coming to bat is left fielder Elias Redle. Ball hit down the right field side. It is out of play for strike number 1. That one also shot down the first base side, but it's foul for strike number 2. That ball is up high for ball number 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner on first base. We've got 1 down. That ball gets away. As a matter of fact, it gets through and hits the umpire on the arm. He's got a timeout, and that had to sting. Sting so much that we've got timeout. We're going to see how things continue here. Ball gets away, and that getting away meant that the runner advances. He's now at second base. Gonna have some ice or something for the pitcher, or for the umpire, I believe. We're heading back into the action now, and that action is runner on second base. We've got one down, a 2-2, or sorry, a 1-2 count on Elias Redle, left fielder for Heidenheim. That ball tapped to the left side. Vicente Velasquez with the it tries to get him at third base, and he's safe back with the hand inside. No play at first base. He tries to get the runner coming from second to third, and the runner coming from second to third is safe. Runners on the corner now with one out in the top of the second inning. Right fielder Davidinsky, number 27 at bat. Delayed steal brings Elias Redle down to second base. We've got runners at second and third with one down in the top of the top of the second inning. 0-0 the score. Squares around the bunt. That's off the plate, and that is going to be a foul ball. A fine attempt. Bounces off the plate. Runners now return to their bases. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at second, third. Ball hit to the right side. Lawrence over to Remington. Safe at first base. Run scores. We've got a new score. It's 1-0 for Heidenheim. Hit softly to the right-hand side. Noah Lawrence over to cover it. David Dinsky, a relatively quick runner, causes Jesse Remington to also sprint over there. They both get there pretty close at the same time, but David Dinsky is called safe. We've got runners at first and at third. With one down, a new score of 1-0, and now at bat, the top of the order, shortstop Philip Schultz. That pitch called a ball inside, 1-0 the count. Nice pitch from Jesse Remington. Puts it in there for even up the count at 1-1. Got one ball, one strike, one out. In the top of the second, the score is 1-0 for Heidenheim, and we've got runners at the corner. Lefty versus lefty here. Runner takes off. Acquiesced, no throw coming down. That pitch called a ball, 2-1 to count. That offering fouled out to the third base side, 2-2 the count. That ball lifted up to shortstop, just over the outstretched glove of Vicente. One run scores, a second run scores. That's a 2 RBI hit for Philip Schultz. And we have a new score of 3-0 in the top of the second inning, 3-0 for Heidenheim. Philip Schultz with a ball that had eyes just over the outstretched glove of Vicente. With the runner at first base with one down, now at bat is pitcher Drew Jansen. Taking a small break in the action, a visit to the mound, just to probably calm the waters a little bit, catch your breath. A lot of games still yet to be played. It's the top of the second inning. It is 3-0, but a lot of games yet to be played. Now at bat is the pitcher, Drew Jansen. That first pitch offering from Jesse as he comes back from a seeing eye hit is strike number one. Count even up at 1-1 strike. We've got one down and a runner at first base. Just a little bit outside for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. A ball lifted up into center field. Jake Gentry underneath it. Runner goes halfway and has to return to first base. Jake pulls it in for out number 2. Out number 2 in the top of the second inning. Leads us now into the next batter, Gary Owens, center fielder for Heidenheim, with 2 down, 3-0 the score. Ground ball to the left side. Victor Velasquez with the throw over to Noah Lawrence for out number 3. Out number 3 ends the top of the second inning. We do have a new score. It's 3 runs for Heidenheim in that inning, with Storm coming to bat. Also 0 on their side of the scoreboard. But we have a score of 3-0 in only the bottom of the second inning. So, coming down to second is already completed. As we start the bottom of the second inning, now coming to bat, number 66, our first baseman, Noah Lawrence. Drew Jensen starts out Noah Lawrence with strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike. That ball hit to the left side, and through third baseman Nate Thomas into left field. Noah Lawrence going for second base. The throw comes in, and he's safe at second base. Ball bobbled a little bit in left field. Noah reacts, sees it, and reacts perfectly. Takes off for second base, and he slides in safely. We now have catcher number 22, Douglas Jochum, coming to bat. With nobody out in the bottom of the second inning, Noah Lawrence at second base. That ball outside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Also here, a fastball way off the plate for ball number 2. 2-0 the count to Douglas. That pitch taken for ball number 3. That next offering is strike number 1. The count is 3 balls and 1 strike. A little disagreement there from what was seen from the umpire and what was seen from the batter. In any case, it is called a strike, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody down, runner at second base, and here comes the payoff pitch to Douglas Jochum. The ball hit to the right side, but foul, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Douglas hanging tough here with another foul ball straight back into the backstop. Keeps the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Janssen in the last few times in a 3-2 count, trusting his slurve or curve. Anxious to see what's going to happen here. Curious. Same pitch, and it is actually called a strike. A little bit of disagreement with the fans here, but it is called a strike, and that's out number 1. Now coming to bat is number 31, Phil Meyer. Phil had an excellent first game outing on the mound, a complete game win. He's now the DH in this game too. With 1 down, Noah Lawrence at second base. One ball, 1 strike the count with 1 down to Phil Meyer. Noah Lawrence at second base in scoring position at the bottom of the second inning, a 3-0 lead for Heidenheim. Phil Meyer with a tapper to the third base side. Play over at first base is called out. Phil Meyer is called out on that play. Noah Lawrence remains at second base, could not advance because it was hit to the third base side. With 2 down, now at bat number 26, our right fielder, Oliver Jochum. Oh, and 2 the count to Oliver. Did not get Oliver fishing on that one. The ball or the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. We've got 2 down. Checking if he swung, and the answer from the first base umpire is no, he did not swing. So the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've got 2 down and a runner at second base. So if you like the number 2, congratulations. That's your pitch. Coming up here, Drew Jansen with the 2-2 pitch is outside. He makes it 3-2. So full count. Oliver Jochum at bat. With a full count, Drew Jansen cleaning up the mound. Make sure he has a clean delivery to the plate. Doesn't land in any holes. And here we go with the payoff pitch with 2 down in the bottom of the second inning. Down low is ball number 4, and that's a free pass to Oliver. He heads to first base. We've got a runner at first base. We've got a runner at second base, and we have the top of the order now coming to bat, and that is Vicente Velasquez playing shortstop. So Vicente Velasquez at the plate with two down, runners at first and second. He squares, tries to drag one, ball goes foul down the third baseline. He starts out with strike number one. And the 0-1 delivery is up high for ball number one. So 1-1 the count to Vicente, and here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's dropped in there for strike number two. One ball and two strikes. We've got two down and two runners on base, one at first and one at second. 3-0 the score in the bottom of the second inning. That breaking pitch is well outside for ball two. That's two balls and two strikes. And here we go again with the number twos. Number two at bat. He's got a 2-2 count. We've got two outs. We've got two runners on base. And here comes Drew Jansen's offering. Swung through, and that's strike three. Strike three means out number three. So two left on base. No runs scored, and score remains 3-0. And as we go into the third inning, Heidenheim coming to bat. And here we go into the top of the third inning. Top of the third inning, we have leading off for the Heidenheim Heideköpfe is first baseman William Billy Germain. Jesse Remington starts him out with a ball high, one ball. Fishing on the outside corner doesn't get him to fish. It's 2-0 the count. Being very careful with Billy Germain at the plate, and rightfully so. He's an excellent hitter. It's 3-0 the count. And a four-pitch walk brings Billy Germain or William Germain down to first base. Now batting his first baseman, number 14, Simon Göring. So 2 balls and no strikes to count, I believe. A ball lifted up into center field. Jake Gentry underneath it. Tagging, Willie Germain is not tagging, and he'll remain at second base. We've got one down. Good pitching there from Jesse. And now coming to bat number 32, third baseman Nate Thomas with one down, runner at second base. Squaring around, but pulling it back. First pitch is ball number 1. And that evens the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike to Nate Thomas. Squaring around again, this time sending the ball down the first base line, but foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Very difficult pitch coming in from left-hander at that angle to get the ball down. In any case, the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes with one down. So the 1-2 pitch, Jesse steps off the rubber, so no pitch right now. 1-2 the count. We're in the top of the third inning. We've got one down, a runner in scoring position at second base, and Billy Germain. William Germain. Nate Thomas at bat with the 1-2 count. Here comes the pitch. A swing and a miss is strike number 3, and that strike number 3 is out number 2. Out number 2 brings the next batter to the plate, and that is second baseman number 2, Simon Liedtke. Simon Liedtke starts out with the ball number 1. We got 2 down, 3-0 the score in the third inning. That one left up a little bit high. Brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes. However, 2 outs. One more out. We're at bat. That fourth pitch is the 4th ball. Sends him to first base. Nothing necessarily hurt there. Base unoccupied is now occupied. Runners at first and runner at second. Runner at first, runner at second. 2 down, 3-0 the score, and now at bat is number 45 left fielder Elias Redle. I don't know if we want to talk about pretty pitches, but that was actually a darn nice pitch. I'll call it beautiful. Not only pretty, strike number one. We got one ball, one strike. Time is called. No pitch. So, situation again is top of the third inning. 3-0 the score for Heidenheim. We've got a runner at first and runner at second. Two down and a 1-1 count to Elias Riedle. That ball's left up high. We've got a 2-1 count. Swung through, foul tip is, excuse me, I thought it was 2-1. It was 1-2. Shame on me. That is strike three, and that's out number three. So two left on base, but nobody scores. Count or the score remains three for Heidenheim. Storm coming to bat in the third inning with 0. So, bottom of the third inning, 3-0 for Heidenheim. Now coming to bat is Jake Gentry. Jake dove into second base in the previous innings. Had a finger that had to be repopped or popped back into place. Hopefully that's not going to affect this at bat. We're going to have to see. Jake is a fighter. Keen eye at first base or at the plate. Excellent strike zone of judging balls and strikes. And we have Drew Johnson still on the mound for Heidenheim in the bottom of the third inning. His first pitch to Jake is strike number one. That ball hit to center fielder, for out number one. That swing sends Jake back to the bench with the first out. And now coming to now coming to the plate is Daniel Martins, our left fielder. That ball high and tight, extremely tight on Daniel. Not hit by the pitch, but send him down to the ground for ball number one. That curveball dropped in there for strike number one. 1-1 the count to Daniel. Also here a curveball attempt, this one off the plate, 2-1 the count. Fastball low and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to Daniel Martins, our left fielder. That pitch is a fastball over the plate for strike number 2. We've got a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 down. And the payoff pitch is grounded over the middle. Shortstop picks it up, turns, throws, and a 360-degree turn and a throw gets Daniel Martins at first base. A fine play there from shortstop Philip Schultz. That's the second out. And the bottom of the third inning, score remains 3-0. And now coming to bat is our catcher, or excuse me, our third baseman, number 96, Victor Velasquez. That fastball is left up high for ball number 1. Also here, left up high for ball number 2. Swing and a miss is strike number 1. 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 down. That pitch well off the plate for ball number 3, 3-1 the count. And that pitch somehow called ball 4. Sorry, ball 4. Victor gets a free pass down to first base. That's a walk for him. And now coming to bat, our second baseman, number 9, Yannick Kiss. That first pitch is called strike number 1. 0-1 the count to Yannick. 2 down, Victor at first base. Count even up to Yannick Kiss at 1 ball and 1 strike. Two and 1 to count, outside on that pitch for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 down. And Victor Velasquez at first base. Yannick Kiss at bat. 2-1 the count, and the pitch. Swung on, foul tip, and foul for strike number 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And that curveball is dropped in there for strike number 3, and it's out number 3. So, with 1 runner left on base, no hits, we go into the top of the 4th inning, and it is 3-0 for Heidenheim. May the 4th, as we go into the 4th inning, may the 4th be with you, and thank you for being a part of this cast. So the throw from our catcher, Douglas Jochum, is down to second base as we start the top of the fourth inning. Leading off for the Heidenheim Heideköpfe is right fielder number 27, Davidinsky. Jesse trying to work that outside part of the plate. This one for a ball, however. One ball, no strikes. This one lifted up to Jake Gentry in center field. He's under it. No problem pulling that one in for out number one. Out number one brings the top of the order for Heidenheim to the plate now. Not all at once. In fact, it'll be the next batter, and that's Philip Schultz. He's number 9, and he's the shortstop with one down and a 3-0 lead. So, ball number 1. Count even up with a fine pitch there from Jesse Remington. One ball, one strike, and one out. Also here playing very fine with his catcher. It brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lefty versus lefty. Jesse's pitch is well outside for ball number 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 down. We've got a 3-0 lead for Heidenheim. It's the top of the 4th inning, a 7-inning game. Philip Schultz at bat with a 2-2 count. And the offering from Jesse Remington is also outside. Pulls himself off the path to his catcher significantly for ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That offering's left up high. That brings Philip Schultz to first base with 1 down in the top of the 4th inning. Now at bat, pitcher Drew Jansen. That ball drilled to center field. Jake Gentry with a diving play brings it in. An excellent catch. Diving catch from Jake Gentry in center field. Is the second out in the top of the 4th inning. An excellent diving play. Read it perfectly. Had that gotten by him, pretty sure that Philip Schultz from first base would have come around to score, but he's denied, and so is Drew Jansen with that hit. We've got 2 down, and now at bat is number 42, center fielder Gary Owens. Starts him off with an off-speed pitch, an excellent pitch for strike number 1. That one is popped straight up, and normally the pitcher will not field it, and he does not field it, unfortunately. Probably should have let the infielder get that one. It happens, bounce off the heel of his glove. Players or runners advance. Gary Owens gets to first base on that error. Philip Schultz moves over to second base, and now at bat is catcher William Germain. So that one left up high for ball number one to Billy Germain. So in the hope that that one doesn't come back to bite us, it is we still have two outs, runners at first and second. One ball to William Germain. Runners are on the move. Second base moves over to third base and he's safe. Runner Gary Owens at first base either missed a sign or decided just not to go. We've got runners at the corner. We've got a count of 1-1 with two down. Umpire calls that one a ball high. We've got a count of 2-1. And there's a delayed taking off from Gary Owens. He's safe at second base. No attempt made to get him, but that swing through makes, I believe, two balls and two strikes. Runner on first. Runner on second and runner on third with two down. That one on the back foot of Bill Germain is a ball, and I believe we're going to a full count. So full count to Billy Germain. Runners on second, third, and the payoff pitch from Jesse Remington is low and outside for ball number 4. Loads the bases. Loads the bases for first baseman number 14, Simon Göring. Jesse tries to get Simon fishing for a strike, but it's ball number 1. Bases loaded, 1 ball, no strikes. Remington to Göring. Fine pitch on the outside corner for strike number 1. We got 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 down, and the bases are loaded. Top of the 4th inning, scores 3-0 for Heidenheim. It's a 1-1 count, and here comes Jesse Remington's pitch. A fine pitch, no swing, but it's called a ball. 2-1 the count. Two and one the count. Here comes Jesse's pitch. Called ball high. 3-1 the count. That's called off the plate for ball number 4. Walks in a run. We have a new score of 4-0. A little bit of a carousel here. We're going to have a visit to the mound just to calm the waters again. With bases loaded, we have a new score of 4-0 on the top of the 4th inning. We've got 2 down. Coming to the plate soon will be Nate Thomas, number 32. He's the playing third base today for Heidenheim. So, mound visit is completed, and we are back to the action. Bases loaded. Nate Thomas at bat against Jesse Remington. 4-0, the new score. First, but recovery is Oliver Jochum for the third out. So, little damage done, but not much. Certainly stemmed there from Oliver Jochum with that catch. That's the third out. And as we head into the fifth inning, or sorry, bottom of the fourth inning, it is 4-0 for Heidenheim and Storm coming to bat. So as we head into the bottom of the fourth inning, we have a pitcher change for Heidenheim. Coming in on the mound is Jared Mortensen. Jared Mortensen is in. He's been playing for at least 2 years for Heidenheim. Storm struggled with his pitching in previous game in 2023, but it's a new year, and we'll see what happens here. Jared Mortensen on the mound. So now at bat is our first baseman, number 66, Noah Lawrence. Hard hit through the 5-6 hole, and that's into left field for a base hit. Noah safe at first base, starting off the bottom of the fourth inning with a single. Now coming to bat is our catcher, number 22, Douglas Jochum, or Jochum. That pitch, first pitch to Douglas, is called strike number one. And that ball left high and outside for ball number one. One ball, one strike, nobody out, and Noah Lawrence at first base in a 4-0 game right now for Heidenheim. Mortensen's delivery is low for ball number two. 2-1 the count to Douglas. This 2-1 delivery from Mortensen is inside for ball three. 3-1 the count. 3-1 the count. That pitch dropped in there for strike number two. We've got a full count on Douglas. So with nobody out, full count. Mortensen to Jochum, Douglas Jochum, that is. And here comes the payoff pitch. That one fouled back, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes to Douglas Jochum. Noah Lawrence at first base in a 4-0 lead for Heidenheim right now. And Mortensen comes to the set. His payoff pitch to Jochum is ball 4 inside. That's a free pass for Douglas Jochum. He heads to first base. Noah Lawrence heads down to second base. And with nobody out, coming to bat is the DH, Phil Meyer. Phil Meyer at bat, squares around, and the pitch is outside for ball number 1. Squares around, and that is down the first base side. Fielded by the pitcher over to first base. Phil Meyer sacrifices 2 runners over. That is, Douglas Jochum gets over to second base safely. And Noah Lawrence is now at third base with 1 down. And now batting is our right fielder who made a spectacular catch in right field in the last inning to secure, not to secure, but to save a further lead extension from Heidenheim. It remains at 4-0, is Oliver Jochum. Pitch swung through for strike number 1. 1 down with a runner at second and a runner at third. And Oliver Jochum at first, or at bat. Second pitch here is strike number 2. So 1 down. 0-2 the count to Oliver Jochum. And the pitch from Mortensen, the 0-2 pitch, is hit down the right field side, and it's foul ball. Protecting the plate on an 0-2 pitch is Oliver Jochum. Count remains 0-2 with 1 down. Mortensen taking the signs from Germain, setting up outside. Here comes the pitch. It is outside, and it's swung through for strike number 3. That third strike is out number 2. And with runners at second and third, now coming to the plate, our shortstop number 2, Vicente Velasquez. And that's hit hard to the shortstop. Shortstop's a shortstop. He fields it over to first base, and he is out for the third out. So nobody scores. We had 2 runners left on base, and as we go into the top of the 5th inning, the score remains 4-0 for Heidenheim. That offering hit sky high and windy it is, but Yana Kiss in shallow center field pulls it in for out number one. That ball hit by Simon Liedtke, second baseman for Heidenheim, and that is the first out in the top of the fifth inning. Coming to bat now is left fielder number 45, Elias Redle. And Jesse Remington drops in a beautiful curveball there for strike number one. Similar pitch, but this one called a ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 down. That offering fouled down the right-hand side of the field for strike number two, foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Trying to get that ball on his back foot. He does get it on his back foot, and he does not swing. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 offering from Jesse Remington is dropped in for strike number three. Fine pitch for strike number three and out number two. Now coming to the plate is the ninth batter, number 27, right fielder Davidinsky. Strike number one. And that's fouled off to the right-hand side of the field for strike number two. Here, an attempt to get him at that back foot. No swing, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 down in the top of the fifth inning. 4-0 the score for Heidenheim. That ball rolled over to second base, fielded by Yannick Kiss. Over to Noah Lawrence for out number three. Made it a little bit close, but that's out number three. So no hits, nobody left on base. As we go into the bottom of the fifth inning, the score remains 4 for Heidenheim and 0 for Storm, but coming to bat. Once again, I'd like to welcome everyone who's viewing us on this live stream. It's nice to have you here. Please, if you have any questions or if you have any comments, please put them in the field so we can read them. We'd also like to let you know not only that we had an excellent first game, but also that this game is long not over here in the second game. It's 4-0. We do have merchandise that you should be aware of. We have a brand new logo, and that logo is now on the caps of the first Bundesliga team. It is a storm cloud with a lightning bolt in his hand, and in his other hand is a baseball. That is on the caps, and we also have our long-standing three-dimensional S caps, a golden S in 3D on the caps. Both of those are available. Just let us know if you're interested in having one, and how to get it to you, and we'll do just that. Thank you for your interest in watching. Thank you for your interest in supporting Storm, and we'll head off to the bottom of the fifth inning in just a few seconds. Coming to bat for us is leading off, our center fielder, number 8, Jake Gentry. Following him will be our left fielder, Daniel Martins, and Victor Velasquez is our third baseman. He'll be third in the lineup. Hopefully we have a lot more showing up than that, but those three will definitely be coming to the plate. Morton's first deliveries to Jake Gentry are mixed. That is ball one and strike one. Fastball drilled down the right field line, but foul. Raises the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes against Jake Gentry. And the 1-2 delivery is a curveball that's fouled off this time to the third base side. Out of play, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jake Gentry. Jake hails from Southern California. Very new to Europe and very much in love with what he's found at Europe. That pitch is drilled down also to the first base side, snagged by first baseman Simon Göring, finally played for out number one. Now coming to bat is our left fielder, number 36, Daniel Martins. Mortenson's first offering to Daniel Martins is ball outside, 1 ball. Second one, however, is swung through for a strike, and that's 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got one down and a 4-0 game for Heidenheim. We're in the bottom of the fifth inning of a 7-inning game. Daniel Martins at bat. And the pitch. Off-speed pitch hit to the right side, flipped from first baseman Simon Göring over to Jared Mortensen for the second out. Daniel Martins retired for the second out, and now coming to bat is number 96, our third baseman, Victor Velasquez. Jared Mortensen starts Victor out with a fastball high and swung through for strike number one. 0-1 the count. Also here, coming back with fastball for a strike, 0-2 the count. Curveball attempt is low and outside for ball number one. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes and 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth inning to Victor Velasquez. That curveball also inside, count even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. Fastball popped off the home plate. It's going to be a tough play from Nate Thomas over to first base, and Victor is safe at first base. Beats that one out for an infield hit. Now coming to the plate for Hünstetten is number 9, our second baseman, Yannick Kiss. Kind of takes a look at ball number one, low and outside. Mortensen's delivery to Yannick is swung through for strike number one. That fastball evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 down and Victor Velasquez at first base. One and one the count, and the delivery is a ball low for a count of now 2-1. 2-1 with 2 outs and a runner at first base. 4-0 in the bottom of the fifth inning of a 7-inning game. Yana Kiss at bat. That fastball is hit straight back to Jared Mortensen. He walks it over, flips to Simon Göring for out number 3. And as we head into the top of the 6th inning, no runs scored, 1 left on base with 1 hit. And we have a 4-0 score. And off we go soon into the top of the 6th inning. Here we are starting into the top of the 6th inning. Leading off is the top of the order for Heidenheim. That's Philip, number 9, Schultz. He's the shortstop for Heidenheim. Jesse Remington making his own decisions to stay on the mound. We're in the top of the 6th. Starts off Philip with the ball outside, ball 1. And that delivery to Philip is up high and inside for ball number 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Jesse Remington coming back strong with strike number 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Top of the 6th inning. Philip Schultz at bat. That's left outside for ball number 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. And that is ball number 4 to Philip Schultz. Ball number 4 is a free pass to Philip Schultz. He's now at first base. And coming up to bat is number 8, Drew Janssen. He squares around to bunt. The pitch comes through, but no indication from anybody. They're going to check down to the first base umpire. He says no swing. So the count goes to 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. Fouled straight back. No sign of a bunt there. It's fouled straight back for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. One ball, no, or 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out, and we do have a runner. That's Philip Schultz at first base. In the top of the sixth inning, it's 4-0 for Heidenheim in what is hopefully a 7 inning game, or will be a 7 inning game. There he squares around, puts it down the third base side. He picks it up over to first base, and he was Victor Valisquez. Gets Drew Jensen at first base. That sacrifice brings Philip Schultz over to second base. So with a runner at second base, that's Philip Schultz. Now coming to bat with one out is center fielder number 42, Gary Owens. That offering is taken inside for ball number 1. So again, 1 down, 1 ball, no strikes. We've got a runner at second base. That runner is Philip Schultz. Jesse Remington on the mound comes to a set with 1 ball and no strikes. Just a bit outside to Gary Owens for a 2-0 count. Jesse is again making the decisions here of how long he wishes to stay in the game, and he's a fighter, and that's why he is staying in the game. Gonna have to take a hard look at how many pitches and how he feels, but he's decided to stay on the mound. Next pitch is dropped in there for strike number 1. That's 2 balls and 1 strike with 1 out. Swing and a miss. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball fouled straight up and straight back. That is a strike, and the count is 2-2, remains 2-2 to Gary Owens. That ball also fouled off to the right side, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. We do have 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Fine pitch from Jesse Remington is strike number 3 and out number 2. Gary Owens goes down on 3 strikes. And now coming to bat is number 26, catcher William, that is Billy Germain. And the runners are moving. Douglas with a throw down to third base. It gets away from Victor, and a run will score. We've got a new score. It's 5-0 now. A little bit of a delay for Victor getting over there in time, and had to reach for the ball, and that reaching caused the ball to get away, and the run scores. So nobody on base. We do have a new score of 5-0. Jesse now deciding to go into the windup. That ball hit very high, still perhaps playable. Noah Lawrence over on the track, and he pulls it in for the third out. We do have a new score. Nobody left on base, but we have a new score of 5-0 as we go into the bottom of the sixth inning. So as we head into the bottom of the sixth inning, first at bat for Hünstetten Storm is number 66, our first baseman Noah Lawrence. 3 hits in total up to now for Hünstetten Storm, and only 4 for Heidenheim. Despite that minimal difference or negligible difference, there is quite the difference in the score right now. It's 5-0 for Heidenheim, but still plenty of chances in the remaining 6 outs. Pitch up high, but swung at by Noah is a 0-1 count. No balls and 1 strike. And the next delivery is also swung through. 0-2 the count to Noah. That pitch is a curveball, a bit low for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch is outside, and the count's even at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes Mortensen's 2-2 delivery. And it is a curveball, and it drops in there for strike number 3. That strike number 3 is out number 1. Noah Lawrence retired. Now coming to bat, our catcher, number 22, Douglas Jochum. That first offering taken up high for a ball. The second one hits the outside corner for a strike. That's 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball tapped to the shortstop. It's going to have to be quick. Third baseman comes over to play it. Pulled out by the first baseman, Simon Göring. A fine play by Simon. Gets Douglas at first base for the second out. So far, a relatively quick half inning for Storm here. And coming to bat is DH number 31, Phil Meyer. First offering was a fastball strike, and the second offering was a curveball, called also for strike. We've got an 0-2 count on Phil Meyer. Jared Mortensen from the set position delivers up high for ball number one. That curveball is swung through, and that's strike number three, and that's out number three. Relatively quickly done with in that inning. And as we go into the top of the seventh, which could be the final inning, Heidenheim coming to bat with a lead of 5-0. So we're heading into the seventh inning, top of the seventh, and we've got a pitching change. Yannick Kiss comes over from second base position and substitutes Jesse Remington. Jesse Remington is moving out to center field. Jake Gentry coming out of the game, and Phil Meyer moving over to second base. So in the top of the seventh, we have a 5-0 score for Heidenheim. It is usually a 7 inning game that we play, the second game of a doubleheader, 2 games of 7. And here we go. Yannick Kiss on the bump for Hünstetten. Coming to bat is number 14 leading off, and that is first baseman Simon Göring. That ball tapped foul off the shin of Simon Göring. I believe we have a 2-2 count. Yannick just missing on the outside with the curveball there. Brings the count, we believe. And I'm sorry for believing, but 3-2. Also here, a foul ball keeps the count at 3-2. That pitch is outside, and that pitch is ball number 4. Sends Simon Göring to first base with a walk. Now coming to bat is Nate Thomas, third baseman number 32, Nate Thomas. Ball sent up the middle for a hit. Simon Göring stays at second base. Göring safe at second base. Nate Thomas safe at first base. And now with nobody out in the top of the 7th, coming to bat is number 2, second baseman Simon Liedtke. By the way, reading some of the comments in the stream, thank you very much for those comments. We're working on the brightness of the camera. We're fortunately or unfortunately shooting through a very dark net. The backstop is a dark net, and that makes it look very, very dark on your screen. Seeing whether or not we can change any of the adjustments there, and but thanks for letting us know. Scores around the bunt. Yannick with the fielding play over to first base. That sacrifice is the first out. Nate Thomas over to second base. Simon Göring down to third base with a 5-0 lead. With one down, and now coming to bat is Sean Larry. Yannick starts out the pinch hitter Sean Larry with a strike on the outside corner. Strike number 1. 0-1 the count. 1 out, runner at second, runner at third. Yannick takes a little something off that pitch, and Sean Larry swings through it for strike number 2. 0-2 the count. 1 down, runner at second, third. 5-0 the lead right now for Heidenheim. That curveball left up high, so high that it's taken for ball number 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This one fouled off to the third base side, out of play, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. That ball sent up sky high to center fielder, and center fielder is Jesse Remington. He pulls it in. Tag runners are tagging, and the ball gets away, and the ball's thrown over the head of third baseman. 2-run score on what is a routine sacrifice fly for when one should have scored. We have a new score of the game. It's now 7-0, but with 2 outs. And now coming to bat, number 27, David Dinsky. Line drive from Dinsky, sent down our third base line and snagged by Victor Velasquez for out number 3. We do have a new score, and that score is 7-0 as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning. Storm, as the home team, has the last at bats. Here we go into the 7th inning. Like to thank you again for your viewing. Let's stir things up here and see what we can get moving. The game is not over. The fat lady's not even warming up. Let's see what we can do. 7-0 the score as we go into the 7th inning. So heading into the bottom of the 7th inning, it is 7-0 for Heidenheim. Storm still has a chance, and we have a new pitcher on the mound for Heidenheim. His name is Timo Plitz, number 40. He'll be facing, leading off is Oliver Jochum, our right fielder. Plitz starts him out with a fastball. That's fouled off to the right side for strike number 1. Plitz comes back with strike number 2, fastball low at the knees. 0-2 the count to Oliver Jochum. Pitch is wanted up high. It is up high for ball number 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Storm has to come back here and score at least 7 to keep the game going. Oliver Jochum at bat. That curveball is swung at for strike number 3, and that's out number 1. Vicente Velasquez now at bat, shortstop number 2. That ground ball into the shortstop hole, backhanded by the shortstop over to first base, pulls Simon Göring off of first base. Vicente safe at first with a single. Now at bat is Jesse Remington. That pitch in there for strike 1. That ball left up high and outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Jesse Remington. Plitz comes back with strike number 2. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 down. Vicente Velasquez at first base. That one's fouled straight back for a foul ball that remains. Keeps the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fist that one off, and that's going to drop in there to left field. That's another hit for Jesse Remington, his second of the year already. We have runners at first and second base with 1 down in the 7th inning. And now coming to bat is Daniel Martins. I mean, the weird thing about that is if he's suggesting it, he knows his body really well. It's probably not a good sign. So we've got 2 down. I saw that I was on the mute button. Sorry about that. We got 2 down in the 7th inning. Victor Velasquez at bat. And he takes strike number 1. We've got runners on first and second with 2 down. 7-inning game, down to the last out. We've got runners at second, runner at first. That pitch taken low for a ball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 down. And the 1-1 pitch is left up high for a ball 2. Ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 down to Victor Velasquez. A 2-1 offering hit deep into right field. Right fielder circling under it and pulls it in for the final out. So there we have it. Game 2 is now in the books. And that game 2 book looks as if it looks as the following: 7 runs for Heidenheim, 0 runs for Hünstetten Storm. That equals a split. Game one going to Hünstetten in a 5-4 walk-off win. So, thank you very much for being a part of this broadcast. What you saw today was excellent baseball. It was a split for Storm and for Heidenheim, but a split for Storm against the reigning champion from the first Bundesliga, Heidenheim Heideköpfe. Thank you very much for being there. We look forward to next week on Sunday when we'll be playing Stuttgart. We play Stuttgart on Thursday, which is a holiday in Germany, in Stuttgart. I'm sure that Stuttgart TV streaming will have that available. And we will be back online on Sunday when Stuttgart comes back to us. Look forward to having you, and thank you for spending your afternoon or mornings with us all around the world. And we'll see you against Stuttgart. Have a nice day.